Can I get my coffee quick enough? Hold on. Check 1, 2. This on.
Tesla shares dip 4% following weekly decline of 14.8%.
Should we just turn it on? We can. Here we go. Please camera work. Please camera work. Yes. I think I missed shaving this morning my chin. Like old men do this. Like they're like shaving and just like, oh, fuck it. Happy Monday here. A couple things. Mondays are my office day. Number 2, my throat. When I speak for 5 days, 8 hours a day, it is not good for me physically. So Mondays are office days. I'm here. I'm working on some stuff, and my camera is still giving me problems. I'm under like the wrong settings. I like changed my settings, but my camera's been going black screen. It was black screen earlier this morning. So I'll be here this morning, but I do want to go over a few things with you guys if I can. If you got the brief this morning, I wanted to talk to you about that briefly too. And just go over some quick things here. So, good morning. Happy Monday morning. Someone in the Discord earlier was asking about, are we still going to go down this morning and stuff like that and then up or whatever? Let's talk about that. It's a good question. Let me go find the Discord. Someone was asking a question about the brief, and I want to discuss it with you if I can. So let's go look at it really quick. I don't know exactly what the question was, but I was looking at it and I was like, yeah, I got to talk about this. So let's take a look here. This is a SPY expectation for the week. Now, I think it's easy for us to hold the hourly trigger here and go higher. But when I draw these briefs out for you, it really isn't at this point. Let me just explain it better to you. So for where we are in the market here, right? You should be looking down here as a buyer. Well, number one, we're in a buyer's market right now. If you don't realize that, calls are cheap. Puts are expensive, right? Not rocket science. The next thing would be that if price is up here, and I draw something out for you, you should be looking down here to get long, right?
Extend gains.
Not even this.
Trump signs orders
to be looking to buy a dip this week
and boost.
Voice news disconnected.
And we have some economic news, don't we? We've got some news on Wednesday, right? The economic calendar. We have Wednesday at 8, or excuse me, getting a little ahead of myself here. I think I might have misspoken, but we've got core inflation on Wednesday at 8:30 in the morning. So if there's if we confirm, hold on one second here, guys. And yes, I don't sleep ever. So if you like looking at the wings and wangs of the world, you are looking for, buy dips, right? We're buyers of dips, right? Say it again, buyers of dips, buyers of dips. Now there's something else here too, which is we're coming into this period over here of quarterly OPEX and We've got a bunch of like stuff coming out, like expiration, DivX, and volatility. So of course, you're gonna get bears wanting to front run that stuff like early, or threaten that stuff, right? Or oops, you didn't make the new high over here, and now it's all fucking doom and gloom for the last 2 weeks or something like that, and we're going to the depths of hell. The truth be told, though, we want to look back in time a little bit, and what we really want to be looking at here is these two moments right here. More importantly, so this is May, right? And you're taking profit here, right? This is the same time period as right now, right? You're like taking profit. They're telling you doom, and you're taking profit where you want to. You're hedging the market, right? Hopefully you can get a print, and we did, right? Got a nice little print down here. But noteworthy too is that you get 2 more chances to get long, right? So you get long up here, right? And now we're coming into the period where it's very similar to this one right here, right? Where you're like bam, bam, bam before another roll, right? So you're going to be trying to get out now of our spreads, right? Or if you own the market, you're selling options higher, right? You're going to be selling dreams and hopes at 6,100 and 6,200, right? And suckers buy all those calls, right? And we roll down for quarterly OPEX and expiration. There's a bunch of other stuff. There'll be some highs in there too. There's a moment during the DivX trade where we can get another high in there. So there's like volatility highs and lows, right? And then we come back again in the beginning of July and look for another up, right? Another thing here too is it's not like we can't squeeze higher and just start melting up either, but that's more intraday trading. It's not positioning in the market, is it? Remember that you can have hedges and longs in the market and bearish positions too in the market all at the same time. And I want you to think about that from those different perspectives in the market, right? We're talking about this now for many, many, many weeks, where you want, if not months at this point, where we've tried to transition you into trading with the market, with seasonality, with the flow in the market and the momentum in the market, up or down. And so if you are someone that's like, hey, I want to capture this last little bit right here, I want you to think about, did you get long with us down here? I think that's an honest question. And scraping $1 or $2 up here, it seems kind of weird to me. Whether it's even if we get a bounce today, most of our community is looking to exit between 6,000 and 6,050. Some members have some more upside ability for exposure, and if they want to leave those runners on or add to those positions, that's for them, of course, right? But for you as a trader, if you just get into the habit of being with the momentum in the market, it starts you out. It gets easier. And as a matter of fact, this weekend I was talking I have a financial advisor, and I was talking to him about, I don't know how to say this. I don't, I pay for about a few years ago, it started before then, but, God, I'm trying to think of when this was. This had to be a decade ago. I spent a lot of my life living on credit, and I had kids and wife, of course, and this is before then, I guess. I went through bearing kids, or my wife bore kids, and I went through the life of raising kids, and I always was on the edge of disaster, which is part of the American capitalist experience, right? You were supposed to go to school, any kind of school, right? Go get a job, get married, have kids, get credit, and you get washed out of the system if you do bad things. Sometimes you don't do bad things, you get washed out of the system. and all that money gets recycled back into the system. If you know what I'm talking about, just look up like Ray Dalio. He talks about business cycles, and debt cycles, and it's a normal part of capitalism. And so of course I felt, like I was like robbing Peter, pay Paul, and no matter how much money I made, I was always, it was like car loans and home loans and this loan and that loan, and always on the edge, right? And I never felt like I was getting ahead in life. So I started paying off debt and buying things with cash, right? Maybe not getting a new car, getting a used car. And I'm trying to get a loan right now, and they don't want to give me the money that I'm asking for. It's because I don't have as much credit established as I used to. I pay for things with cash right now. And what I was thinking about was, we're talking about, like I used to own, or from time to time, I own a bunch of SPY, and I can get loans against that money for my brokerage, not just more margin, but literal loans that way. And we were discussing that, those possibilities the other day. And it's kind of neat because, staying with the flow in the market, staying with the momentum of the market, and ties into that kind of stuff, all that's wrapped up together in even this right now. So when you're like fighting for $1 or $2, even if you have a small account, you got to get out of that habit. It's very important as a functional member of society, and as someone that doesn't want to work your normal job, whatever it is that you do in your life, to start to see the market differently. Even if you're a degenerate, even if you're a day trader, a scalper, or I just trade futures or Globex, whatever. You got to start thinking in terms of saving money, being able to use that money and leverage that money, whether it's in the market or outside of the market, or what is your money doing? Are you evading the cost of money? All these different questions. And just looking at this right now, right? Should this be bought and go up? Yeah. But if you're going to look at some kind of like a projection from me, patience always pays, is the point here. We should be in trend into at least this Friday here. We should be like locked into some kind of trend, and we start to get like a window of weakness begin to. And even in that window of weakness, let's look at a expiration down day. It should whipsaw back up. If we sell DivX, we should or you got option sellers that want the market to go down before we get to DivX, but then people come in and buy it up to capture DivX, but then they'll dump it the next following day. Market's still kind of tied into quarterly OPEX. So the thing to do here is nothing has changed. Nothing has changed for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. We're in the summer trade. You be patient. If you get a moment of volatility, right? You get a moment of volatility where we go down. You need to be the guy that's putting risk on. I'll be honest with you. That's what you got to be. You can't be the fucking guy that's sitting there saying, I don't know, Cap, I think it's going to roll down. You got to be able to put some risk on. You got to manage that risk, put some stops on. You got to be able to buy when you're supposed to buy, and you're supposed to be able to get out and take your money at the tops. You know what I'm saying? And there's people up there that are selling right now. And they're going to continue to sell. And they're going to do it up here, too. They're going to sell. And they're going to, it's like Monday morning right now, right? Today's Monday morning. Do you know that there's no active trader for a fund or a bank that wants to come in on Monday morning, even if we green bar straight up, and they don't want to fucking buy that? They'll wait. Do you guys realize that, even if we were to go like this, Moontown, straight up on a Monday, they didn't lose by not buying. They just know that it's going to come back to where they want to buy. Eventually, it's going to. And you should have that same patience as a trader or whatever it is that you are, right? You're as a participant in the market. It's good to have patience. You don't have to have every fucking trade. Like, you literally do not have to have every trade, and especially with a small account. If you're a guy with a small account, and I mean like you have less than $250,000, you have less than 100,000, just be patient. And I think that's been what we've been talking about. If you can take 2 trades this year, You can just take 2 and beat the market. You're better than Wall Street traders. You know what I mean by that? You get 100% winner twice a year. You're a fucking Hall of Famer. So whenever I draw, if price was right here, right, and I only gave one outlook that looked like this, then yeah, you're buying a dip. You know what I mean? If price was there, you're like, hey, we're trying to buy a dip now, right here. But if you start seeing me draw stuff like this, you know, if I'm drawing something like this, I wouldn't be looking here personally. I wouldn't even be looking for this trade. I'd just be like, yeah, fuck yeah, man, let's just get it down. Like, front run some volatility for me, man. Like, legitimately. Like, give me some vol. As a bull, that's what you want. You want volatility. You want a dip to buy. And they happen frequently. I was watching Wall Street Bets this early morning, and people were like, Tesla's going down to the depths of hell and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, and then people are like panicking, and I'm like, why? Like, you want pullbacks. Like, the market does not go up fucking straight up. The fucking market doesn't go straight up. The fucking market doesn't go straight down. It just doesn't happen. And whenever it does happen, what do? You miss it, and then you're the fucking bag holder. Like, literally, they flip it back on you again. So you need to be Johnny on the spot down there or up there on those squeezes to what? Trade the reaction. So can we go up today? Yeah, we can go up today. As a matter of fact, I think we can go up, and I would like to see us go up somewhere around this, like 602.50. You guys already know this too. You don't even need me to tell you this, right? We got 600, right? Fairly easy, right? 600. And you want to see what? You want to see a sign of bullishness, right? For later on. So you want to see, like, can we get up there to 602.50 and then roll down for some volatility, front running some vol. Should you get like freaked out down there? Like the bears are likely going to come out and draw you a bunch of shit and be like, oh yeah, we're going to roll these fuckers here. And you shouldn't be that guy over there. I'll be honest with you. Can we go up and hit 250? Sure. This is more to look at, right? And then down here, of course, they'll be like, yeah, then we get them underneath over here, and then we like box them in over here and we're down over there. We're like, oh boy, it's terrible. You don't care about any of that shit. Don't worry about it. Stop reading the fucking news. Stop reading the fucking Twitter and FinTwit and fucking, I'm literally being serious here. Like, you guys got to stop reading that crack. It is like the worst diarrhea you can read. Most of you can't read it. Some of you can. Some of you know it's bullshit. But the majority of market participants, like active ones, like young or losers, should not read that shit. It is like literally trying to sell subs. That's it. In one form or another, whether it's like newspapers, articles, getting you to watch a TV show or a YouTube show, doesn't matter. It's literally sizzle. I don't know why they do it. I've never done it. I don't like fucking followers. I'll be honest with you guys. I had a guy this morning say to me, I'm going to stop following you. I blocked his ass. I'm like, that guy's a dumbass. Like, I don't want followers. You know what I mean? I'm just being serious. I'm here to make fucking money in the stock market. If you're not here to make money in the stock market, I'm not your guy. You know what I mean? If you're here just to consume bullshit all day long and fucking be read every year, I might not be your guy. Like if you want somebody that you can suck on their tit or something, like no offense to me, Kevin, but I could do that all day long with you. I'll follow Palantir up and down for the next fucking 10 years. And, I'll tell you they're going to the moon when they crash. I'll let you suck on the tit and I'll tell you why they're great because of all their fundamentals and technicals and all that kind of shit. So that you stay with me. But I'm not here for that. I'm here to make money. I'm hoping that you are here to make money too. And being here making money is literally stop consuming that shit. I gotta be serious with you guys. So if you're looking at this kind of an outlook right here, if I was a bull with no money in the market right now, which I have money in the market right now, I got money. I haven't sold nothing. I want 605 before I sell. I want the top. But if I'm looking to get long here, there's a little bit of you can probably do this if we can back test the hourly trigger nicely, right? You always want to be a buyer of what? The hourly trigger until it fails, right? And you know you've got some volatility over here. I'd be looking lower though, like Wednesday morning, 8:30, 9:30, 10 a.m. I want fucking doom. I want unrealized vol. I want it all into 10:30 in the morning. I want a fucking bloodbath. If we're up here on Tuesday night, right? I want the fucking inflation print to be horrible. So I can get in there and buy a fucking dip for Friday. That's what I want. It really is. And it's always these back tests that are best to buy. And I want you to think about that this Monday morning. Do you think on a Monday morning that some asshole from a hedge fund wants to buy right fucking here, moon up? No. And if it does moon straight up, what do they want to do? They're going to still wait down here to come back down so they can buy a dip. It's that simple. Think about that on Monday mornings. Think about how other people trade. Think about how the pros trade. And even if you miss the trade, it's okay. You don't need every fucking trade. You don't need to be in like 8 fucking trades by 1 p.m., or 100 trades by fucking 4 p.m. and just get eaten alive. Sit here and wait for the trade that's good for you. Okay, so I'm going to get off the show really quick, but let's take a quick peek here. So we're going to change this to a 1-minute basis. You guys understand what I'm saying here? Let the market breathe. Let it open up. And think about the fact that in the morning, there's like hedge funds. They know where your stops are. They know they know all this stuff. And these guys will wait. They'll come back every Monday morning. And if they can get, especially on an up week last week, they can get it down as deep as they possibly can to catch long to go higher. They will. So let's look at that right now. So it is what time? This is 9:30 right here, right? And hey, look, a nice little sell down right here, right? To buy a dip. Not a bad little entry, right? We got 10 a.m. over here, right? And we got 10:30. And you guys should already know about 10:30, right? You guys should already know about 10:30 and what? 1 o'clock, 10:30, 1:30, right? I've posted for you when the buyers come in and the sellers come in, depending upon where we are in price, right? So we got sellers off the 9:30 open right here. And what do you think is going to happen at 10:30 here? More than likely, they're going to try to sell it again, right? Try to hammer this thing down, maybe catch like see this 12 o'clock, 12:30, right? Start turn back around. Big old smile, come up into the end of the day, maybe, and retest those prior highs, right? Seems like a plan. If they buy this dip down here, if this is the half-hour trigger, this is almost the hourly trigger. If they are going to buy this, right, well, how do we trade this right now if it was going to continue to go up? We already know that we're looking for the back test of a half-hour and hourly trigger, right? You're looking for the high and then a back test, right? And then we start going higher in here, right? If we get above the 1 and 5 minute trigger, you can jump on that trade. You can definitely jump on that trade, but you want to like wait. Just patience. It's very important. So let's look at this one right here. We've got the gap to close above here. Draw this in right here. Patience is like the biggest virtue you could have. I also want you to think about something else. On every week, every day, every week, every month, every quarter, there's an expected what? Low and high, right? Every day, every week. And then you get outside. You get sigma move. You get 1 sigma move, 2 sigma moves. So you have like the expected move for the week, and then you can go 1 more, 2 more ranges down or up from there, right? So every week there should be a low. So if you come out at 9:31 a.m. on a Monday, do you think you've seen the low this week after a big up last week? Probably not, right? A fair chance you're going to catch a low this week. if you had one trade this week, if you had one trade, 5 days, do you think that trades at Monday at 9:31? Probably not, right? Probably get your best trade on some kind of volatility this week. So think about that too. If you made one trade a week, 52 trades a year, not even the 2 or 3 or 10 I talked to you about, and 12, and you just did once a week, more than likely you're going to get a chance for vol. And particularly this year, how's the vol been? You guys, we have a taco trade, right? Fooled me once, fooled me twice trade. Then they amplify those trades too, right? We get some kind of like known role or whatever. And then out of nowhere, they start quoting, I don't know, they have a pick, right? It's Besant, or it's Trump, or it's Miller, or it's this one or that one or whoever. They amplify the downside move, or we get an upside move to the moon. You can turn to sell side and be like, yeah, we're up 3% one day, let's sell it. So even on an upside, you have the same thing on an upside, right? If you have a big upside move on the early of the week, chances are you will get a chance to sell at some point. So let's see what happens here. We have the morning low right here at this point, right? Opening low this morning. As a matter of fact, we'll raise this up just a little bit. Hold on here. Right about in there. Looks a lot like Tesla, right? The low the other day, looking to come back down, maybe got another leg. We always talk about counts around here too, don't we? So let's look at this first thing, right? We got our first low here. We get a second low there, right? 1, 2 corrective move, right? So does this look like it's done? Probably not. If it is done, though, where we're like, Cap, it's like this. Okay, I'm down with that. Sideways correction, not a sharp correction. Sure. So you would like to see this hold then, right? And make a new high, right? So you've got your impulse move above this, right? Down. And then you should be able to get a nice big move up here, right? That's your impulse. Then this is the best part of the move, isn't it? Maybe you get one more up there for a new high. It's possible. But we're still not even there ready to buy a long yet, though, are we? On an intraday basis, there's no long here. Let's just let it open. You guys get what I'm saying? So let's see what happens here. We have the low. We have a half back trade right here. It's very much like Tesla the other day, right? Half back trade right here. We want to see if this can hold, right? Somewhere down there. We catch this new high, and then on the back test, we're ready to rock, right? Fairly simple. Still not there, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And on the back test of one of these, you could take that long, right? So just let it open. I don't think we're done going down right now. I think that at 10 a.m. and at 10:30, seller's going to come in. They're going to try to push this lower. I would. I want lower on Monday. We also have 598 down here, and let's take a look back here. We know we got some buyers here. We got some buyers over here, and then down here. And I want to let's think about last week too. Take a look at last week. This buyer right here. This was when? This was Friday. All right, look at that. There's Monday, right? This guy on Friday, Thursday. Friday at 4 a.m. This guy down here, we could go all the way down here. We could literally go down here all today. This is Thursday. This is Thursday at what time is this? Excuse me. This was 6 p.m. on Thursday. We could literally today go all the way down here, like right here. If I was a hedge fund guy, I'd be like, fuck yeah, send it down here on Monday morning, baby. If I can't get it there, maybe I can get it on Wednesday. That's what I'd be doing. I'd be chilling. Just relax, especially on a summer trade. Just relax, hang out, and look for a dip. And furthermore, let me show it to you another way. If I don't get my trade and buyers just like, fuck you, we're out of here, I'm still going to wait down here for that pickup, right? That's where they are over there. See where they are. Look at an hourly basis. Let's see where the real buyers are. We know that the real buyers are here, right? We know the real buyers are here. We know the real buyers are here. Maybe I get left behind, but you know, that paid pretty well, paid pretty well, paid pretty well. You know, if it doesn't come down today or Wednesday, you're still a rock star, aren't you? You know what I mean? Like, oh, it left me behind. It's Friday. Okay, take the rest of my money, sell into them, sell them some calls up on high, and then wait down here, or not there, but still waiting down here to get long. Pretty good trader, right? I'd say that guy's a pretty good trader. I'd say that guy's a rock star. So you want to be a rock star, don't you? Being a rock star is good, isn't it? Easy peasy. Being a rock star. Meanwhile, we're like, you know, fucking around, fighting for this bullshit. And in fact, this is all more a matter of just showing the strength, isn't it? More just showing the strength. We're coming back for that later. To actually trade that 605 or whatever to the upside. So just hang out. You guys understand what I'm saying? I do miss trades. I do. Or I'm in a trade and I don't get out. That is fucking true. That is fucking true. But my point here is it's Monday morning. We're in trend. We should stay in trend. What is trend? You know, we know what trend is right here. It's the summer trade, baby. It's Catalina Mixer. You're going to hear, and I was on Twitter this morning. I was like, you're going to hear guys like, you know, oh, God, doom and gloom, and, you know, fucking suck them down in the hourly trigger and take them down in here. We're not quite there yet. If we do that early, so be it. But let them do their laps. Let them set the stage and whatever they can do. We just know one thing. If we stay on trend, right? We know that there's some buyers here. We know the buyers are right here. We know exactly where the fuck they are. We know exactly where they are. We know exactly if we go up here, right? Bam, bam, bam. We know that they're going to show up. We know for a fucking fact they're going to show up. Matter of fact, they showed up here. They showed up here. What are they going to try to do? Show up right there, too. They're going to try. That's all they're going to do. Hold on. I'm missing stuff. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Did I say the 19th? What did I say about the 19th? What did I say was on the 19th? Colonel Buttface, what did I say was on the 19th? Did I say that may have been a what did I say was on the 19th? Like, what did I say was on the? I don't know what I said was on the 19th. It could have been a spelling error or a spelling error. So in here, you get my point, right? I'll look and see what I wrote was the 19th because there's something on the 19th. Was there something on the 19th or no? Did I say there was something on the 19th? No, claims are on the 19th. Yeah, claims I think are on the 19th. Am I wrong on that? Or do they move the claims to the 18th, maybe? I like Colonel Buttface. That's a good name. Did they move claims to the 18th, maybe? Because of Juneteenth. I get it, Juneteenth. I've got it here in an economic calendar. It's still the 19th. But I could be wrong. Or maybe it's closed and we're still doing it on the 19th. Let me just check. When is claims in June? Let me check. Jobless claims. Oh, God damn it. Hold on here. That could have been me. You go to labor statistics and see the actual date. That is June 18th. See here. Think tighter. So, be waiting down here to get long for this on Friday. That's the only thing I got for you today. Can we go up today? Yes. We'll go back to the 1 minute trigger here. We're going to put on. There's the pivot line. You know they're going to try to come in here, right? You already know they're going to try to come in. Matter of fact, we could probably take this, move this to 1 o'clock. Right over there. Oh. Somewhere in there, just like that. That could help too. Back to a 5 minute. See what we got here. It's at 5 minutes, still saying down. 15 minute. Just look at that. 15 minutes, still saying down 2. Still looks bearish on intraday. I'm betting that we grind in here. There's 10:30, there's 11:30, there's 11. How you guys doing this morning? You guys have a good weekend? I had my daughter's graduation this weekend. She graduated high school. It was really sad, I'll be honest with you guys. I cried like a baby. My wife is devastated, and my youngest is devastated too. My youngest really had a hard go of it. She really did. She had a hard go of it. Our family dynamics are going to change here soon, and I don't know. I mean, I think we're ready for it. We're not ready for it, but there's a lot we have to do. We have to make adjustments. So watch this like 10 a.m. and note that there's sellers here. And also note that there were sellers up here too. Bunch of upside targets. I'm doing good. We have like a lot going on for the early summer stuff. We get to like a stuff should slow down for us soon-ish. Kids are getting out of school, putting my youngest in not grade school, in summer school, and we've got like graduations and honor roll and all that kind of shit. We're starting to be able to get back into like the summer. It's fascinating too. A couple other things. the stuff that's going on in LA. Want to address that if I can really quick. Try to keep that conversation separate from the stock market. It does not normally. Protests, even riots, normally do not affect the stock market at all in any way, shape, or form. So if you're like, oh my God, is the market going to crash because of riots or protests or getting out of control? Try to keep that stuff like separate or whatever. Keep it on socials and stuff like that. If it did impact the market, it would only be if, God, you'd have to have like something really bad happen. And even if it did, you'd likely see, if the market wasn't positioned already for some other doom or something, you'd see the market squeeze more than likely and then trade into it, unless it was something devastating. Other than that, though, you probably won't see like any impact. This market go vertical through the summer if it was already going to, and it wouldn't give a fuck about that stuff. So try to keep that shit separate if you can here on the show and chat and all that kind of stuff in the Discord. That in particular is not market. There's no like market edge with that stuff. What else? Yeah, it's a holiday. No, it's a holiday. I was typing the dates from Trading Economics, and they hadn't changed it to the 18th for Juneteenth. So I was like, check, reading this and going, on this day this happens, and on that day that happens. I was like Anchorman. I just read the teleprompter. The teleprompter's wrong. Go fuck yourself, San Diego. Or something like that. Nah, thanks, old Jay. Yeah, it's bittersweet. It's really bitter. It's a weird feeling. Like it brings up so much different shit. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's like I was talking to a buddy yesterday. He's got kids. They're like 3 years old, and he's still in that phase of like, you know, like he's still in like the very happy phase. But I know that you get in, or at least you get into like the work of being a parent, and it can be hard. And then we're past that now with our kids mostly. We're in like the really enjoyment phase with my youngest, and this whole new phase with my oldest. But you go through different phases with kids and stuff. You never know with kids, and bad things happen, good things happen. Bad things can still happen. But it was my daughter started crying, and my oldest went through the COVID stuff, right? And the speaker or the head person was talking about the challenges those kids have gone through, and a lot made it, or not a lot made it through that. A lot of kids during COVID staying at home, had two parents still working, or parents that can't or don't spend the extra time with their kids, or thrive with social interaction, that kind of stuff. It wasn't easy. I'm not gonna lie and tell you it was easy. It was, 3, 4, 5 hours a night practicing. I'm not a teacher. Like, I had to become a teacher and learn how to teach. And then you find out that the teachers, like when COVID happened, I was freaked out as to like what kids were learning in school. I was like, these fucking kids don't know anything. The fuck? But like I went to a private Catholic school growing up, like went to private Catholic college, all that stuff. And they were like, fuck computers, you're gonna learn, theology, math, science, and English, right? Nothing else. There's no electives, or at least in my early years, and my kids were in their early years. So I'm like, how do you not know how to write an essay, or how do you not know how to write cursive, or how do you know how to do this? Or I was doing trigonometry like grade 5. What the fuck is going on with you kids? You don't read, like, what are you reading? Like, like, is this a book for ants? Like, you guys aren't reading tomes? So, of course, we did like years of, through COVID, we did years of like intensive teaching the kids and trying to like get them way past their teachers. And then when they went back to school, that they were way ahead of everybody else. But I can't blame, or I can't say like, I can't like blame their parents either. Like most kids, they normally just go to school, right? I mean, fucking, that's what happens. And it was a lot of hard work, man. It sucked. It's a fucking, you sit there every day, like practice this language, practice that, practice this, and it was hard work. And so it was a little bit of a inflection point where the adult was talking, and my daughter's like, aware of all this, and we are too, of course, and how difficult it is. Okay, so what do we have here? We got a little bit of constructive trading here, right? A little bit early in the day, right? We got a 10 a.m. sell, or we got an off the bell sell for the hedgies, right, to get long. We got the initial high, right? That was back tested and held. We've got a bull plane forming here. Want to see if that trade get in there? We can do that trade right there, right? Looks like it's looking kind of productive, isn't it? For an intraday trade, right? So you got this prior high, right? Get this one right here. Try for that one right there, and then that one right there. I said I was going to do office stuff today. I don't know if that's going to happen. Let's do, so we got this one right here. Move this over. That one over right there. That one right there. Let's try for this one over here. 11:30. So you take that one right there and then swing lower. And then we'll try for that one right there. Right. We got the prior day's high, I believe. Yep. This is Friday's high right here. So just note this is Friday high. Maybe we can get there by 1 p.m. then, turn it around. FOMO gang's already stepping up. Remember that we're using this to sell, right? Whenever we get to 605, we're out. So we got this one right here, right? Do a 5-minute check back, hopefully. Somewhere in here. Try for that one by 1 p.m. Right there. Makes sense? Let's look at it again. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make sense? 1, 2, 3, 4, and hope for that one right there. For a failure up there. The markets start telling us what's happening. Lots of time in here. Nice little buy down here. Didn't even go that deep. That's a good one right there. Like seeing that. So we can follow this up. A little bit lower. That'd be nice right about there. And that would actually be nice. I don't know if we can get up there and do that one, but it'd be nice to get up there and do it. Catch that prior high there. And that one right there. No, that one right there. And then kind of catch that one, but miss that one over there. That should get us a nice little down move to the hourly trigger again. Down here to go up higher. Something like that. Good morning, by the way. I hope you're all doing well. You guys got you recently had your youngest daughter graduate from grad school and got engaged 2-week window. Fuck yeah, man. Yeah, we're not ready for the shock to the family. We aren't, brother. Congratulations, ad man, for you. Yeah, it's I need more. I've been mentoring a close friend of mine and with young kids, and I need to get back in, or I need to, or I have been. I shouldn't say that I haven't been, but um, I need to spend more time right now with older men so that I don't mess it up. I want to stay married, and I want to like spend the back half of my life with my wife and all that kind of stuff. And I don't want to go through. I don't want to fuck up too much of my older daughter too as she becomes a woman. I want to be able to. I have no experience with this stuff. It's all new to me. It's like a whole new world, I guess. A whole new phase of being an adult with children. But congratulations, brother. 100% it's cool, man. But it's of course it's like lots of there's like death and dying tied in with rebirth or whatever. Um, you know what I'm saying? God, I was like, I'll talk more about it later, but you already been through this, so you know what I mean. What else we got? No lore for these kids. Goddamn kids with their avocado toast. Man, like I know one thing right now. It's not cheap. Not only is it not cheap, well, you know what else is weird? I got something else for you. So my oldest had plans to like this is 6050 up here, by the way, just so you know. My oldest had plans to like leave and start like her summer trip with like she's gonna go see a bunch of family and friends. And then this weekend she was like, "Oh, I'm not leaving just yet, Daddy." And I'm like, "Yes, I gotta bribe her to stay here all summer. Maybe she just stays home and does a weekend here and there, and I can keep her um until Labor Day. I'm gonna go meet up with actually it's, Labor Day. I'm gonna go meet up with Vol Wiz. He lives in the Cape, and so I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go out and visit you with my daughter and going back to Boston. So I hope she stays the summer with us. I don't want her to leave this summer. I'm gonna miss her. She's been everything to us. Tesla. You guys want to talk Tesla really quick? Let's look at Gamma really quick too. Um, check out Gamma up here. We know we've got 6050 as a target, right? That's our target. Let's talk about something else too. Can the market squeeze higher? I didn't put this in the brief, but I wanted to. Yes. If the market does a melt up situation where we like melt up in all-time highs, break past all-time highs, I wouldn't put like a swing trade on that. Whenever I get into melt ups where we like just stay above the 1 minute trigger or the hourly trigger, I just trade those things. Like you can get long on the hourly trigger if it holds, you can get long on the half an hour trigger, the 1 and 5 minute trigger. But melt ups you chase, in my view, or I do. If it's just like a chase situation where you start melting, that's possible to happen. We haven't had FOMO yet. Everyone's been afraid. Like retail's accumulating right now, but we haven't seen FOMO yet. And when we get into FOMO, it's better to chase it. It's better when FOMO to stay doing what you're doing with your farther out trades, but close them for profit. As you hit your profit target, close them. Or if you can let them run, if there's more, if your trade has more profit potential, you can stay in them if you want. But if we do a melt up, we can chase it intraday. It's not something where if we get a melt up, calls are cheap until you hit like vol up, spot up, I guess. We could switch there if you want to, but where calls are cheap, you can just day trade them. You don't need to be like, I don't know, necessarily bearish or whatever. You just take the profit and get out, and then you just trade it up. If we do that, if we do go vertical, we can just trade it intraday. It's easy. You don't have to be like committed. We're going to go vertical. And we haven't seen FOMO yet. So there is potential of that happening to some extent. There is a window where I don't think it will happen. But if we have like continuation in July and late July or anything like that, we can just chase it and make lots of money doing it. What else do I got for you guys? I think that's it. We did have China and a U.S. meeting in London today. That was good. That's always good. Communications key. Not laddering.
Scheinbaum says, I will attend the G7 summit.
Not laddering threats is always good. What else we got here? Study shows how robots replaced master workers in Chinese military drone factory. I don't know if that means anything right now. Trade talks between U.S. and Chinese delegations have started in London, with the U.S. signaling a willingness to remove restrictions on exports in exchange for assurances that China is easing limits on rare earth shipments. That's all good. The meeting set to start Monday, just after 1 p.m. local time, is expected to extend into the UK evening. It might spill into Tuesday. That's all good to hear. Did you get the chance to watch? If you didn't, I left a link to a YouTube video from a risk guy from GS. Let's see if I can get that to you out there. If you have a chance to watch this, because I think he gave a pretty. The last part of the interview kind of sucked. No, not sucked. It just had more to do with like praising Goldman Sachs. So you don't have to watch like the last 8 minutes, but the first like 16 minutes is worth watching. Let me see if I can find it for you guys. I posted it on Twitter this morning. It's from Goldman Sachs. I thought he gave a very fair read on where we are in the market.
Very likely that I'll meet Trump at the G7 meeting.
And he talks about how this is true. GS had a their outlook for this year. I mean, they did talk about front running a lot of this stuff, policy stuff in the front end, but it wasn't in their front windshield. It was like a possibility, but not. They didn't give or assign a lot of risk to it. But he talks about how like where we are right now with policy and tariffs is nowhere near where we were during Liberation Day or even leading up to it, or the front running or the punitive downside move in the market.
Says the Bank of Spain cuts their 2025 GDP forecast to 2.4% from 2.7%.
And he gave some good insight as to where we are in the market. If you have a chance, try to watch that if you can today. I think it gives a good like primer on where the market is, what the market risk is, all that kind of stuff. If you want to know like, hey, what if things break down or whatever? The slower we go, the easier it is. Even if we make this big economic change, the more time that it takes to do, the really, truly, the less pain there is. The real danger is in like, if you ever read that piece that I did for you in laddering threats, like trade dispute, to trade war, to Cold War, to hot war, is very, 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 very dangerous. Extremely dangerous. And you don't necessarily want to. You want things to move slowly. The slower, the better. I had someone say to me, so, well, what about like the depression trade? I think that's still there. But again, the market doesn't go up or it doesn't go straight down. It takes time for that stuff to happen. And it takes time for, or it should take time for the market. Oh, yeah, look at that. Woo. Squeezing them out now. Just closed out the gap from over here. This gap is now taken out. Nice to see. Now just working on this last one at 600. This would be the Monday morning high at 7:30 a.m. Look for a pullback and then trade the Friday high next. But I want you to think about like time. Like time is important. And you don't want to see escalation. It's not good for anybody. And you'll see like buying time or not buying time or buying time whenever we go too hard negative, especially for like manufacturing this stuff. Like we are manufacturing this, right? So they're gonna let off the lever, and they're gonna lean into the lever, then they're gonna let off the lever, and they're gonna lean into the lever. When it's being manufactured, just squeezed up and traded 633 just then. Just tagged it. New high on the early morning high just then. So all this is done now. Woo. Just ripping faces off here. Jesus, I had us going all the way down here.
So according to the Wall Street Journal,
Guess not, huh?
Treasury Secretary Bessent levy tech sale controls in China talks. Again, according to the Wall Street Journal, Trump lets Treasury Secretary Bessent levy tech sale controls in China talks. Trump letting negotiators weigh lifting export controls.
Price target 601.48. FOMO in the house. They just don't even care here. Just cranking, baby. Let me check this really quick. I missed a bunch of stuff here. Oopsie.
We're seeing a bit of strength in the dollar and the S&P 500 here. As again, Trump lets Treasury Secretary Bessent levy tech sale controls and lets negotiators weigh lifting export controls in China talks. This is according to a piece from the Wall Street Journal.
White House senior advisor Kevin Hassett expresses optimism about upcoming U.S.-China talks set for today in London, expecting progress on easing China's export controls on rare earths. He anticipates a short meeting that could yield results, including a potential agreement on increased rare earth exports, which he believes will be released in volume following the discussions. Pravorsky, don't think bars set too high for incremental progress. China wants chip restrictions eased, and U.S. wants to access critical supply chain. Most likely outcome is some positive language, and talks continue. Bear case is lack of tangible progress. Looks like we're getting it.
Full piece from the Wall Street Journal on the feed.
A lot of bond supply this week with 10 and 30 year from midweek. CPI might
authorized Bessent and his team to negotiate away recent restrictions on the sale of a wide variety of technology and other products to China, according to people familiar with the matter.
Pravorsky is saying, don't think bars is set too high for incremental progress. China wants chip restrictions eased, and U.S. wants access to critical supply chain. Most likely outcome is some positive language and talks to continue. Bear case is lack of tangible progress. A lot of bond supply this week with 10 and 30s from midweek. That's Wednesday, by the way. Hopefully can trade 6. And by the way, the target is 602.70 before we get that bond supply bullshit midweek. CPI right before it could really set the tone, perhaps why the rate reaction was so quick to turn negative despite benign NFP. We are aware of that, right? Wednesday should be like down day or that morning. See if I see anything else here. Let me just post some of this in the Discord for you guys. Hold on here. Listen here. Am I missing something here? Let's charge curbs to am I willing to consider reversing restrictions? Where's this one right here? This is Pravorsky. This is Goldman. Post that right there. This not. Oh, am I something wrong there? What is going on? And JPM. This is a big one right here. Like JPM, I think, is calling for another big. Ain't nobody reading all that. I wrote suck it. Hold on, I got more coming. I got more. I don't want to speak so much. I'm like dying here. Like not speaking on Mondays is helping. Yeah, exactly, AJR. Well, let's look down here. So here. Hold on. Let's go look down below here. Fucking Christ. 59.50, right? Here, let's do it like this. Make this one yellow. Right? We'll make this really easy. Crayons. Green. Right? Green. That's Pix Gamma. Target. Ain't nobody got time to read that. How does it feel being like, it's been a pretty easy summer trade, hasn't it? I mean, it's been pretty good, right? Buy the fucking dip. Pretty easy right here, right? It's been an easy fucking trade. I mean, if you can't trade, let's be honest. If you can't trade this, right, it's like fucking. Well, if you can't trade this, I don't know what to say to you. You're not going to make it. It's been fairly easy. There we go. Goat. Did I do the goat one? There we go. That's fairly easy, right? I think that's fairly easy. Buy it all. You tagged that one just now? Oh, wait a minute. On the wrong page. Sorry. All right, I'm back with you guys. Is anything crazy or whatever? Just remember, buy the hourly trigger, buy the half-hour trigger, buy the 1 and 5. Did we enter as a group? Yeah, we literally like talked about it for 3 weeks, like entries, dates, trade, everything as a group, whole group. Simone, you didn't see that? We talked about it on the show too, didn't we? Oh yeah, man. Hang out in the market chat, dude. We've been talking about this trade for like a month, brother. March 30th, 2026 slowly. If you're trying to put on like a year out trade, we may be past it for now. Maybe not. I'd be trying to put that on like 570 to 590. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Condor. If you wanted like a best time of year to put on a year out call, it's probably February. Or no, sorry, February 30th to April 30th. You put on a call year out. The next best time to do that would be September, October. There's like 2 chances every year. Put that in my view. And especially if we ever go into a bear market. You can do it now if you've been slowly adding. Personally, like long calls like that, I always like those 2 parts of the year. September, October, February to April, somewhere in there. And I'm price agnostic on that. Yeah. So, Bimone, I want you to go in our Discord, right? And I want you to find some people. Okay, write this down. Of course, or in our Discord, in the market chat and the pro chat, you can type in names. Type in Captain Jim James, or look for these people when they're chatting. John L, Blind Nest Owl, Condor LVL, 45 Forever, David AMS, Winky Face, Volwiz. There's a few others. There's probably like 10 others in there. But find those guys and see what they're doing and what their discussions center around. And this trade here should wrap up. Bimone. This trade should wrap up this Friday. And then you kind of go hedge, risk off, and you're looking for a low to get long for July. And it could be there's 2 or 3 opportunities. One opportunity is more than likely Vixpiration, in or around there, Vixpiration. And then the next opportunity should be a couple days after month end. So we get a big caller coming out on the 30th. And the mechanics of it is that you've got like banks trying to put a hedge on the market, and they try not to disrupt the market. So you might get some negativity on the 30th. But these banks, they also put 0-to-8 calls in the market. And as those calls die, we could ramp in a day. But they front run that trade like 2-3 days later, which would put us into how it's wonky this year. The 30th falls on a Monday. We have an NFP print on Thursday, which is the 3rd of July. So you could get some like impact from that hedge on markets and get and be able to catch another seasonal trade for July. And we'll pick that up together as a group. I'll be looking with you, BMON. I'll be looking on those days to put on a call spread for July. We'll try to get a print on it either. Well, at the latest, July 30th. But I'd really like to get the print mid-July if possible. BMON, if you look at last night's brief, if you look at like the June end of month, June and July month end net gains or gains or losses for that month seasonally, you can actually see that there's likely some kind of volatility in between those 2 months by the profits in those 2 months. That there's a window in there. It might not be there's a window where there's like a day where you can actually scoop up something nice and low and have a nice, anywhere from a 5 to 6% move in those 2 months. So we'll do it together. We're looking for that starting. It starts this week on Wednesday, but it doesn't really, the window or the opportunity likely doesn't present itself until the last 2 weeks of June. And maybe this year, the first week of July. So if you guys want to know where you're trying to buy, I'll show it to you right now. Let's take a look at it. So the next trade here is look at it from this perspective, okay? Let's look at it from this perspective. We'll make it. Let's look somewhere else. Hold on. Maybe. Did you drop? Yeah. Did I drop? Does this work? Okay, so let's look at this right here. We can keep this fairly simple here. Now we can chase the move, right? Is one thing, right? If we start going vertical or whatever, which is possible. But triggers without channels. Fairly easy to do here. Okay, so here we don't need this anymore. It's just for a brief. Okay, so we got June 30th over here, right? Over there. And we got really wonky, see how it kind of like just ends right here? Thursday, there's Monday, boom. Oh, no. There's Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, then, okay, there's Monday. And then we've got July 31st over here. And we'll do the 15th too. All right, 18th. I bet you the 18th that's probably OPEX. So
Fed survey of consumer expectations, which includes the inflation expectations for year ahead, 3 year ahead, and
there's one right here. There's one right here. This is likely July I haven't looked at July OPEX, but I'm assuming it's the 18th or somewhere in and around there. And then we got this one right here. 4. Okay. This one's gonna be red. Nope. Make that red. I'm gonna make this one yellow. And we'll look at it like this. And really what I want you to see here is, here's August, right? Here's August. And should we go to 4 hour maybe? Let's do a 4 hour. Here is September. And we'll even put October in here just in case. Just gets ugly. Pretend it's gonna get ugly. We'll make that one green. We'll make this one green. And we're gonna look at it like this. We'll make this simple. Okay. So for seasonality concern, or for seasonality, right? Just talking seasonality. This is mid-July right here. We should seasonally be strong to mid-July. Okay? We begin to get like not happy here. Right? Theoretically, we should get underneath this weekly trigger and like try our best to come up and fail a new high. Somehow, right? And then sell down into, let's say, now I don't think we get to 520 and 540, to be honest with you, but somewhere down in here to go higher. Maybe I can draw this out better. Hold on. Do a better example of this. Here's all-time highs right here, right? If we can kind of figure somewhere up in here, if we make an all-time high, that would say in a year we're gonna go bigger, right? So let's call it like 620. The 18th, right? 620 right here. Right? And you want to kind of like go risk, there's 620, right? And then you're talking about like end of July is like right here, right? And you figure that daily trigger will be up here too, right? So all you have to do is break below that daily trigger into the 30th. That's it. That's it. And then you just fail this up here. Somewhere around the 18th. Fail that right there. And then what you're looking to do is like hold 590 or this weekly trigger right here, 570. Something like that. Something like this. Now, whether this is September 30th or October 30th doesn't really matter. Do it just like that, too. And then what you're looking for is for some kind of like consolidation move higher, right? Get the new high into end of month and be up here. So if you're kind of looking at it like this, or even February, it's January 27th, right? February. So you're starting to get the gist of this, right? It's like trying to get up here, trying to get back down here, and you get this weekly trigger right here. This weekly trigger, there's a couple things here you want to see. So first off would be this right here, right? This is the daily trigger. It's like this is ramping. It actually would slow down. Probably putter out, right?
In 5 minutes.
This is where you get like the...
we see the release of the New York Fed's survey of consumer expectations, which includes inflation expectations for 1 year ahead, 3 year ahead, and 5 year ahead.
All the Theta gang knows all about this. We start like puttering out. Sideways, and then whoop, underneath the daily trigger, right? Fail the prior high, and then we're like fading this into September. Let's look at this. Just like that, right? Probably be looking for there. See it? So you got this down here, right? Back test right there. Make sense? Bam, right? Bam, and then rocket ship up and away. Something like that. Unless, some bad happens. We don't know if some bad's going to happen. We don't know if we come into like September and everything's horrible. We start going down. We don't know anything about this yet, but this is the thesis. This is the thesis. We trade higher. Yes. I don't know. Can we just move on up and out of here? Sure. Be like bloodbath down, go like outside the range expectations. Sure. This would be like reasonable to expect. Make sense? And then what do we do once we go to February? Same thing, right? Repetitively, over and over and over. And we can like fail this. Maybe we squeeze up into, maybe we fail this in December. We start the depression trade early. It's possible. Really come into like this prior high up here, right? And see how we fail to like hit this high up here. Fail this, right? Can even fail this right here. Can even fail this right here, right? The slow descent and destruction of the market. You know, if we just get up just here, but fail this, if we get the new high, but fail this trend, you know, major correction, then up, right? So it's like something to work within. And what's important here is this. This is where I'm talking about for importance. Okay, so for right now, just inside of here, right? We have a little bit of a gap down here that needs to be closed, right? Right in there. This is 590, right? So if we have any volatility, it starts Friday, Monday, right here. Starts right here. So if at any point we can catch any volatility, we're looking to buy it where? Daily trigger. Make sense? So any return to the daily trigger between now and let's call it July 2nd. Any return to the daily trigger or even the weekly trigger. Here's an opportunity for you to get long. So if you're looking for like the next trade, what are we trying to do? We're trying to what? Take profit, right? Hedge right here. Fail the all-time high. Right?
1 minute remaining for the
tease 6100. So there's option sellers and they're selling what? This right here. If you go into our Discord, you can ask any option seller, they'll tell you. They'll say, I'm selling this option right here. That's what they're doing.
10 seconds.
And we're coming into QuapX, right? So, you know, FOMO gang comes in, Rampo-Rama. As soon as dealers don't have to deal with any of that shit, right? We start coming into mechanics of quarterly OPEX. Theoretically, we should
3.63%.
down 590 maybe.
3-year ahead inflation
Down
expectations dropped to 3%.
Or even down here, right?
2%, and 5-year inflation expectations.
But we're still looking higher, aren't we?
2.7%. So a broad decline in 1, 3, and 5-year ahead inflation expectations in the New York Fed's survey of consumer expectations.
Does any of that make sense to you guys? Like, you know, 1, 2, right up in here, and then some kind of like, you know, dilly-dallying. Right? They just miss it just by a little bit. I've got 605 is what I'd like to see. Right? And then what? We get like a expiration or some shit. When is that? June 18th, right there.
Other elements in this
Expiration.
The New York Fed note that May home price rise expected.
They got like bullshit down there.
Equals 3.3%.
If you come back from vacation from the Hamptons on 4th of July, it's over here, right? Where do these guys want to buy?
Consumers are
Fucking
expecting
fuckers want to buy right here, don't they?
gas, medical care, college, and rent prices.
585. Where else do they want to buy? Want to buy in here too, right?
New York Fed note that the May view on personal finance situation improved slightly. The outlook on the job market improved in May as well. Many households lowered expectations of missing debt payments as well.
If you can catch any of that right there, it's gorgeous fucking trade down there, like somewhere down in here. You know what I'm saying? Even if the candle turns into this, that wick, damage, right? 592, 590, 585. And this is a jump point, isn't it? You can also start to see like, Poop Mountain on a bigger time frame, can't you? Right? Start seeing like Poop Mountain trying to form some kind of a, it's Poop Mountain, right? Bigger Poop Mountain. Same thing, right? All to do what? To go higher into the end of the month or end of the year. Does any of this make sense to you guys? Does that look right? And you got all this time being spent over here. Remember when David Amos was saying, "Hey, look at October, November, right? January, February, buying the dip." It's like all that right there. Right? Bam, bam, bam. So you're just Johnny in the spot down here. Just bam, bam, bam. Any dip you can get. And then seasonality, of course, plays a role into that. Make sense?
I posted out the full New York Fed survey of consumer expectations for May 2025.
And just think we're in this like seasonality, no more seasonality, buy dip down here.
So we're seeing from a Fox reporter on X here, citing a Treasury official who said that there is no set end time for the talks between the US and China over trade. The delegation wants
Makes sense, right?
Organically to allow substantive talks.
And we'll get like outside of the range. Like we might squeeze all the way up. They might bloodbath all the way down. But be ready for those trades. And we're switching this program and to this kind of a behave or this kind of like a. I really want you guys to be like. I want like the end of this year. I want like 3 outcomes. I want hey cap. I followed the markets with you and everybody else, and I got rich. Or I want hey cap. I followed the market and you. I got really rich and I pissed it all away gambling. I'll accept that too. But what I don't want is I'm just broke. I don't want that for you guys. I really want you guys to like start like coming out at the end of the year and saying, I made a fuck ton of money and I gambled it all away, or because I'm a degenerate, or I made a fuck ton of money and I'm changing my life, and leave the rest of the people behind. I really do want that for you, like 100%. Yeah, I'm leaving here. I'm supposed to not be here. I'm not supposed to be here. Supposed to like save my voice here, and when I don't do Monday stream, my voice is way better. All right, I'm gonna get out of here for a minute. I'm here. Just in the background. Yeah, right? I mean, dude, round and round, right? Tell him, Condor, round and round, baby. Like what I'll say. Another thing. So I'm working on the camera today, and I'm also working on the stock picks. I did hire somebody to do them. Well, I'll do them with them, but they'll post them and stuff for me. So we're gonna start posting them on the website, on the website and the Discord, and then we'll post them publicly after the Discord gets to see them and whatever first. But I'm like, I can't believe you guys spend so much money on this shit. There's no reason for, if you guys are spending like $300, $400, $500 anywhere for that shit, you just don't need to be doing that. Like one stock pick a week, or 3 or 4 a week, 5 or whatever the fuck that is. You guys just don't have to do it. Do not have to. $300 a month for 4 stock picks? You guys are already fucking minds. I need to start charging more. But I have been working on that to give you those stock picks and updates and all kinds of cool stuff. So, yeah. All right, I got to go back and do all that shit. All right, I'll talk to you guys soon. Have a great Monday. Easy peasy. This is the easiest time of the year. It's great. This is the graviest fucking trade of the entire year. Wait until we start trading sideways. We're trading sideways now, but wait until we're really trading sideways. It's going to be a hot mess. If we do that part of the trade where we just like start rolling sideways, it's going to be nasty. All right, back with you guys in a little bit. You guys have a great morning. Hey, one quick note for all of you people watching out there right now. Check out MP this morning. Whoo! Oh my God. Oh, MP. Finally. MP looking to trade $30 fucking dollars. Goddamn right. 30 fucking bucks. Woo! MP on fire. I'll post that on Discord. God damn, Winky. There it is right there, boys. There's 6050 right there. Come on, Tem. Tem's fucking around too. Like, Tem is like, you know, Tem is ready to break the fuck out in a big ass way right now. Like, Tem is all over the place looking to get saucy. Tem's gonna pull an MP soon. Tem is on like burn burn all. I bet you TEM runs on a Friday. It did run this last Friday. I don't know if it's next Friday it'll run again. I mean, it did run on a Tuesday, didn't it? Did it run on a Tuesday here? When did it run here?
According to Manichi, Japan mulls cash handouts as inflation relief measure.
What's up, St. Walnut? Yeah, St. Walnut. It's gonna fucking explode, dude. It so wants to fucking rip faces off. It's not even funny. It's got like resting bitch face right now. It's good to see you, brother. Yeah, brother. It's got resting bitch face all day long. It so wants to fuck. It needs like one of those days like June 2nd where it just goes fucking vertical again. It so wants to break out so bad. And did you guys watching like IWM wants to fucking hammer too? If all this, well, there's a couple things here, guys. Let me talk about this really quick. It's really weird, like, not really weird, but like, Dow Jones is like flashing pretty bad bearishness. But IWM is like full on squeeze. Matter of fact, I gotta look at this. I've been meaning to look at this shit. Like Dow Jones is like, I mean, it looks great today. I mean, it fucking looks good. Like I'm getting like mixed signals here. Like I realize that IWM can definitely decouple from the rest of the markets. Like I keep struggling with like IWM it's easy to see. Like I don't know if it's because it's outperformed. Maybe it like. Hold on here. I gotta look at it with SPY, I guess. I gotta do this in the background. What am I doing here? Why is this on 0? Hold on here. Like Dow Jones is flashing kind of bearishness, and IWM's flashing squeeze. Congratulations, Say Walnut. Dude, those are all baller picks. Yeah, I gotta look closer at it. Like, I should do it right now. I mean, look at this fucking thing. I like Mike Silva, by the way. Great fucking trader, great technical trader. I gotta look at this because I fucking no, not that one. I'm not trying to look at that one. Hold on here. I gotta blabbing in the background. Hold on here. I'm gonna do this anyways. Hold on. All this, move all that stuff. Get rid of the triggers. I gotta look at that. Like it's easier to like see IWM like small crappers is small crappers for a reason. I gotta be like divergence from everything else is easy to see. Hold on, not IWM, but I want DIA. I gotta look at this one here. I gotta compare it to
So the Fed bids for
SPY.
6-month bills total $2.2 billion and 3-month bills total $2.5 billion.
What the fuck, man? Like new price and scale, maybe. Like SPY's outperforming. Like I've got like, yeah, this could be right. I could be right here. Just look at this really quick. There's Dow Jones Industrial Average. Yeah, see, like there's a divergence in Dow Jones and DIA, where like SPY can go up, DIA would have more downside and then more up later. Ugh. Like I see more pullback in Dow Jones than I do in SPY. But it does diverge from SPY. It does. It does sometimes diverge from SPY. SPY will outperform where Dow Jones will go down more. Okay, that works for me. It can underperform, and it can show a lower low than SPY. Okay, so I'm not going crazy here. Just want to make sure I wasn't going fucking crazy on this because, like I see, outperformed by IWM, underperformed by DIA, outperformed by fucking Qs too. I think the outperform from small caps is because of the tech outperform. There's a lot of tech in small caps. I'll check it right now. I'm gonna check Coles really quick. Yeah, I'll check it for you. Man, Coles, that place is gonna go fucking bankrupt. Is it gonna squeeze? Yeah, it's possible. We can look at it if you want. I'll looking right now. We'll look on the show. Can Coles squeeze here? Technically, yes. I'll say this. I do not. I'm going to say a couple things here. Coles, okay, it's important. Yes, it's possible. I can see the thesis on it. Squeeze up here. But it is going to make another leg. I promise you that. Probably going to go to 0. Normally it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Not only that, we might even go down once more, then do that, and then do that. Its velocity looks great. Velocity looks out great. Velocity looks outstanding on a daily basis. It does. It looks really good. 30-minute. Velocity looks pretty good. Let me just check it. I don't like this here. I'll be honest with you, I don't like this. Way back in July of 2023, though, it did get 2 new highs. It did squeeze then. It did have a monster squeeze up here. Started June 1st. Lasted into August 2nd. This was a big... This year, too, there's an important part about this 2023 trade was this is when the market just did the melt-up trade. So I'll tell you this. If this has a monster squeeze, then you would expect the entire market to melt up into end of July. So if you're going to take the squeeze, the Coles squeeze, the market must cooperate.
Is due to sell 3 and 6 month bills.
Start out by telling you that the rest of the market must squeeze with Coles. Okay? Melt up right into
bills. So for the 3 month
620
rate prior was 4
on SPOOs,
and the prior bid to cover was 2.68. For the 6 month bills, the prior high yield 4.15% and the prior bid to cover of 3.13.
On a daily basis here, you did just on a daily basis here, you've got this prior high right here. You've got what you think is bottom. You had this high here. You beat that high. That's good to see. And then this one right here, you beat that high. That's good to see. I would probably call this like 1 here. Expect some kind of pullback here. Then there's 10. Right about there. You're probably looking for that up there, right? I'm assuming you think that right there. I don't see that. Or is it something violent like that right there? It did still take months, though. It's a tough call. I don't. I'm assuming you're thinking it's something like this.
So in
That still took a long time.
Bottom of the
There's
hour, the US is due to sell $76 billion in 3-month bills. The prior high yield was 4.25%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.68. The US is also due to sell $68 billion in 6-month bills, with a prior high yield of 4.15% and a prior bid to cover of 3.13.
Okay, so here's what I want to show you. Do you see how this is May, June, July? It went up here to its daily, but then it just bounced. It didn't squeeze until the next year. And even when it did, So this is June. That's the high in June. You didn't actually get the print until May. It took a whole year for it to happen. I'm looking at it two ways. Like, they're probably telling you it's going to happen like right now. It's going to like do this. I don't see that trade. There is a possibility that this becomes an M&A. M&As have been, watch out, we're risk off right now, guys, for these bill auctions. So I don't see that trade. In all honesty, I don't see it. I see the accumulation on weekly and monthly. If you're going to take the trade to trade this money up here, you're still in distribution. You're still in range. So maybe $40 at best, but I don't see it till next year. So if you're going to get calls at $8, you got to put some real time on them. You could fuck around down here. You could do this kind of a squeeze here, then just this bullshit, and it takes like that. So what I would say to you would be, you're likely looking for, see this range right here? And you're likely going to have to do this bullshit and all this consolidating and all this kind of nonsense. And then this comes up and, you know, this daily chart comes up. You know, that's fucking like May. I disagree. I'm going to tell you no. If your squeeze is anywhere in here, I think this is rational. Maybe $12. And I think you can easily trade that right there. Easily. This is a longer time frame. This is 26 right here, right? This is July of 2026. So I'm in agreement with that. This could take some real time. And that's if they survive. And you got a date with this right here. Maybe that's why they're saying it. When the quarterly crosses the yearly, maybe because of all this right here, this cluster.
Shortly expecting the results from both the 3 and
that could take 6 months.
Auctions.
This quarter and year could take 6 months too. Like, for all this stuff to like come down here. I'm not going to give an outlook on it, but I'll say this to you. I see the point, because the point is, I can see, like, you got a new high. I get it. New high there. I see that one. That's fine. That's all still one move. So if that's all still one move, there's smaller moves in here. What do you think it's going to? I don't see the move. To be honest, I see like, see that one right there. 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I think it comes right back down over here. 1, 2, 3. And that's how you start getting your like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, and then your next move is up here. Wait a minute. I got that wrong. It'd be like up there, maybe. That would be that one right there, maybe. Right there. So do you see now how like it's starting to take time to get up there? and then 1, 2, 3, and then the rest of it up there. Something more like that. Oh, quickly, it's taking me seconds. I have to look at this for time, and that would make more sense like that. Monthly comes through there, somewhere in here, maybe a little farther over. What are your expectations? If it squeezes,
So again, we're shortly expecting the results for the
fail 1250.
I'll be leading with the 3-month high yield.
Trading 893, Phil. I think it's going to go slow. I think it's more like this. Okay, cool. So you have options for 2027? Yeah, I would. If you're gonna take that trade, maybe it happens now. Maybe it happens now. Maybe it's fucking boom, boom, boom. Maybe it's fucking boom, boom, boom. Maybe it goes straight up. But I'd be trying to find the fucking farthest out options you can find.
3-month high rate 4.25%, 4.25% with a bid cover of 2.69, 2.69. The 6-month high rate 4.15%, 4.15% with a bid cover of 2.74, 2.74. For the 3-month, the US sold 78 billion and awarded 85.48% of bids at high.
So we did this one right here. Just heads up to you guys.
$1 billion and awarded 98.
So we hit this one already
at high,
which is asking for a pullback. And we're doing it right now. So just note that we are getting our pullback right now. That's this trade right here. So this already happened right here. Now we're pulling back. We did get 2 though. 1, 2. So that should hold. So 1 o'clock, you're looking for that right there. I'm not saying you can't do it on Kohl's. Kohl's is weird. Like, I'm not necessarily bearish on them as a company. I think they can hold on for a little bit longer. That makes sense that they would trade up and take a year to trade up there. They're likely going to be an M&A candidate. I don't think they go to 0 or anything. Can SPY hit 595 today? I don't think so. I think they're going up. So do you guys not see this? Hold on. Trigger screen. Just so you guys can, you guys want to like see what my thoughts are here. I can already tell who actually pays for the briefs, who doesn't. So ready? Looking for a little bit more up, right? Haven't changed anything. Show you guys what I'm expecting here. Right? Down move on the opening bell. Right? Trying to catch 601, 602.5 by Wednesday. Sell this down into Wednesday for some doom. And then fail like 605. I'm looking for that Friday. I would take it on Monday too. And then I think we're done. Does it make more sense? So personally, like Wednesday, would love to grab a low. Fail 605. And then we start our mechanical quarterly OPEX 2-week bullshit we have to do. Possibly an extra week, 3 weeks. Could take 3 weeks. Just be waiting down here. and buy the hourly trigger until it fails. So do I think we can hit 585 today? Not likely. You need some volatility to do that. No. No. You could have if we had some bad news. Your next trade is to news has been good. No, I don't think you can. Here's the prior high right here. We already hit this one, so that one's gone. Don't worry about that now. As a matter of fact, you hit that prior high. Tagged it already. So the Friday high is up here. 600 is the 600 is the next target. 682. I don't think I don't think there's any chance for 595 until we get into some volatility. What's this company? Let me look them up. I'd have to research them. I like energy right now. Just so you guys know, energy companies are on bid. Yeah, I'm looking them up right now. I've got a couple energy companies that I'm in right now. They're like energy companies, and I think they rotate into oil, gas in August, late July, early August. I think what they're doing is they're front running like energy companies, then they're moving into energy late summer. I'll be back, guys.
Just a heads up, Trump and Netanyahu's meeting has just begun. As according to a reporter from Axios on X. Google announces the availability of memory optimized machine series compute engine M4 So just from Treasury Secretary Besant on X, just talking about the big, beautiful bill and what it's supposed to be doing for working middle-class families, he says an estimated $10,000 a year increase in take-home pay, expanded child tax of $2,500 for 40 million plus families, and up to $1,750 in annual savings for overtime workers. Trump just speaking on Truth Social here, saying great decision in sending National Guard to deal with the violent. It's again saying great decision in sending National Guard to deal with violent instigated riots in California. Seeing here, Argus Research downgrades Tesla to hold from buy. So just a reminder with the Argos Research piece that it's being put out again by a major news wire.
So just seeing some strength come through in the S&P 500 here. Can't see a news catalyst just straight away. Just going to dig into this, see if there's anything behind the move.
Oh, fuck yeah, baby! What's that? What's that? What the fuck is that right there?
So no sign of a news catalyst for that little upside.
Oh, yeah. Oh, oh. Oh, God, yes. I think I put that on Twitter. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. How'd that feel? Oh, that feel good? It feels good, right? All right. So what do we got next? We got oh, here's our target. First target right here. Pull back over there. So you can get a little bit more in here. Like that 1 p.m. algo, huh? Woo! See if we can get that one right there. No, I think that's where we get top, right? Right there.
Keeping an eye on the Dow now, turning positive, last up 0.2%.
Maybe one more. Whew. Does that feel as good for you as it did for me? Oh yeah. there's a lot of anger out there today on FinTwit. Oh God. I guess I saw at least one. I saw at least one person be like, "Fuck this, I'm out of here." I think they were closing. A front buddy of mine was like closing their shorts or whatever. Oh hell yeah! Oh fuck yeah! It's only how gorgeous that is right there. Oh. All right, I'll be back with you guys in a minute. Now we got a little bit more. I'd like to see 601.48. And then we're supposed to pull back after this. Fucking almost perfect. We got a little bit more time. And then we'll pump up one more time up here, take more of their stops, and then we'll do our bloodbath afterwards. It'll be amazing. Can't wait. Then we're going to come back on Friday and ram it again. Oh, it's so easy. It's too easy. Yeah, it did. That's all their stops right in there. They're pissed. they're angry. Trust me, they're angry.
Banking groups press US Treasury Secretary Bessent to improve security after hack. Also heads up as well, Apple's WWDC 2025 event begins. We have posted out the video of the Apple WWDC 2025 event on the Financial News feed for you to watch. Canada's Prime Minister Carney says defense spending announcements are significant events from a budget perspective. Carney says we're not raising taxes. So Carney says we're not planning on to raise taxes to pay for military support. So again, we're not planning to raise taxes to pay for military budget. He's currently speaking to reporters in Toronto. According to CNBC, OpenAI hits $10 billion in annual recurring revenue, fueled by ChatGPT growth. So just a bit more clarification then to OpenAI's recurring revenue. So it excludes licensing revenue from Microsoft on large one-time deals, according to an OpenAI spokesperson. Apple says Apple intelligence models are coming for developers. Apple confirms redesign coming to its operating systems.
So we're shortly expecting the results from the Fed reverse repo facility. So we saw reports that Apple confirmed that it's rebranding its software to version 26, shares extending decline now to 1%. $37 counterparties take $179.315 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation. So with the Apple WDC event going on for 2025, we're just seeing shares extending decline now. That's Apple shares down 1.7% now. Paraguay president says the country is to make Bitcoin legal tender. Canada's PM Carney says we expect a further acceleration of spending on defence beyond the 2% target. So we're seeing a headline now with regards to the Paraguay president headline. The Paraguay government says that the President Peña's X account has presented irregular activity. So that's pretty much just voiding the last headline that we saw with regards to the Paraguay president saying that the country has made Bitcoin legal tender. As Paraguay's government now releasing a statement saying that the president's X account has presented irregular activity. The Paraguay government has asked citizens to ignore any posts on President Peña's X account until official confirmation is available.
So just a reminder with Trump, he's supposed to be speaking at 10 past 4 p.m. Eastern, 10 past 2 p.m. Eastern time at an Invest America Roundtable event. So it has been pushed back originally from 2 p.m. to now 10 past 2 p.m. We have the link attached to his name on the financial news calendar on the left-hand side, and we'll pop it out on the feed soon. According to Punchbowl News, Trump administration and lawmakers are to meet over tax bill on Thursday.
Almost there. You can see it right here. There. Remember too that this is this time here is by 4 p.m., not at 4 p.m. But once we tag this 601.48, I want to see a pullback to then hit top of the key up here. I believe this is, I'm on a 1 minute chart right now, but I believe that is Friday. Just note that you're likely being sold into without knowing it here.
Voice news disconnected.